Mexico. One of them is getting ready to leave here in a couple minutes. So if we can see what he sees over here in the back row. This looks like him right here. Yeah, it sure is. What's up?
What's up, brother?
How you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
Been a minute.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, I got.
Are you live streaming?
I'm getting ready to. Yeah, I haven't made it public yet, but yeah, I'm gonna actually put it online right now. It's recording, but it's not public yet. It will be in just a second. Dude, hey, what's up, guys? This is my buddy Daniel Finney. He drives for us also.
Yeah, I'm heading to Oklahoma, and he's heading the other way. So did you have an airbag blow out?
No, I was leaking down from the bottom where they usually do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that Gallup, New Mexico. I'm just giving it a title, just whatever. Oh, that's my trainer texting me.
I parked here yesterday about 3 o'clock, smoking time, and woke up about 3 hours later, and it took me about 6 hours to get back to sleep.
Yeah.
So I woke up like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Okay, shit, time to get rolling.
Now, I wasn't sure if you were still here. I saw you posted like it was like at least a good 10 hours ago.
Yeah, I've been here 15 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I woke up about 3.5 hours, 4 hours after I went to sleep. Because I got here, I crashed. I think that's Maddie down there.
Yeah, it is Patty. I see her truck number over
She
there.
was actually three more closer to me yesterday, but they did a swap.
Oh.
They were waiting on a part for her truck.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, her truck.
Oil pan.
Yeah.
Oil pan's leaking or something.
Yeah. Okay. So her deer guard. That is her truck. I'm not the loader
Yeah.
truck. Okay.
They got pretty smashed up.
Double check I'm not blocking anybody here. All right. Okay. So this is our friend Patty in this truck here. Now her deer guard ended up going underneath her truck. Yeah, and then oh yeah. So went underneath her truck, and then she just found out today that it cracked her oil pan.
Still got leaks.
So she had to swap off her load. We swapped off the load yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then I can't remember where her load was going, but she swapped for a load going to Riverside, I understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the load she found was going. I think it was going to San Diego or something. It was getting delivered like tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's right, yeah, I do remember her saying San Diego. She swapped for that load, too.
Oh, did she? Okay,
Yeah, she swapped for that load instead of going to San Diego.
I think the load she did have was supposed to be delivered like tomorrow morning. The part for the truck's not coming in until this afternoon. So she was going to have time to get there.
Well, you have good time to do your home time.
It was good. It was very good.
Man, I'm still looking at your wife like, holy shit, man. She is the mom of those kids. She looks young.
34.
She's young.
I'm 53. Well, I was going to say 52.
She doesn't live right now. Old enough to have.
She had him when he was 16. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's all girls at your house now, right? Except for, well, the one boy.
We got 3 boys and 2 girls.
Oh, okay. It's mostly all girls, I was thinking.
Dakota, she's 15. Mercy's 9. And my wife. And I got Elam 11, Jeremiah 10, and Rodney 5. 5 and 4.
Falls Valley.
Yes, sir.
Which way are you gonna take? All the way up to 35, or you take one of the other ones?
Yeah, I decided it. Where would you go?
It depends on the mood. Sometimes I'll just go ahead and take all the way to 35.
I was thinking of doing that, but I wasn't sure. I know there's another way to kind of cut down a little bit.
There's a couple of different ways. Like Eric Wildman talked about, there's a train going by. Eric Wildman always talks about he used to go out to Sayers and just take whatever that highway is there to Sayers. I think they'll go down to like 380, not 385, but where a highway is, it probably goes down toward Altus.
Yeah.
And then across 62 or something. Now, yeah, the other way I go is from Amarillo, go down 287 to Memphis, and then go across, you turn left on whatever that state highway is there, and then you start hitting U.S. highways from there all the way out to Falls Valley.
He probably went, like, when you get to... cuts off past Santa Rosa. 84.
No, he
catches 62 there.
No, he said he actually goes. Yeah, here's the two trains coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I parked here yesterday. I got to sleep in. I was outside of my truck looking at something, and all of a sudden, no, inside the truck. I was sitting doing something, and all of a sudden, I heard a loud train, and I thought there was a truck coming through, like about to hit somebody. I was like, oh shit, that's right, trains are behind us. So we freaking down, like, ah! Oh god.
Yeah, a number of places we deal with where we got trains right next to the parking. The pilot in Stratford, Texas.
Yeah.
And then also the pilot in Laredo.
Yeah.
Right, the tracks are right next to this line.
Yeah. I can sleep through the ones, not like it's Stratford, I'm usually pretty tired, no matter which way I'm coming from. They usually don't bother me.
Yeah. I grew up my track. Not to mention, you got the refrigerator always running, so.
Yeah, you gotta get used to noise. Just the people that drive trucks and flatbedders or drive-offs vans, you find a lot of times if they park next to you, they'll be backwards. They don't want to listen to your damn reefer.
Yeah. Cody called you a jackass.
I'm not a jackass.
Yeah, he is.
Make sure your load locks are tight, man. You see that picture?
Yeah, finally, he told me about it. Like, I hadn't seen the pictures because I hadn't really been on Facebook. I was only on there a little bit yesterday when I sat down, and that was it.
I had a load of fresh asparagus from Walmart in Fulton, and I delivered to Harrisonville, and my load box failed, and one of the pallets fell over. And they were going to have me, they had me drive through the Paul Puppies before I got there, so just delivered. Not OS&D until Walmart says it's OS&D.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you better pay me the much miles that I went instead of cutting up 54. So they did.
Or
got there and they took everything.
In Harrisonville, I had the last two pallets. They were full of red onions, and they fell over. They knocked my load locks over, and they fell over. And it turned out it was one of the cases at the bottom of the pallet on the right side that was damaged, and it was in a way. Yeah, exactly. So it caused it to knock over my load box.
They're not light either.
Yeah. He was kind of sweating, worried about whether he's going to get in trouble for it. Like, no, I don't.
No, you're.
Yeah.
35.
Yeah, if I stay on the freeway the whole time, but 54, hell no, there's no damn way.
No, I'm not getting on. Why would I get on 54?
I thought you were going. No, you're going to
Falls Valley.
Yeah, that's right. I
was talking about Harrisonville.
Yeah, we were talking.
I just delivered Harrisonville last week.
Yeah.
That was the load that took me home.
We don't even close then. It's not there.
I might stop. I don't know, maybe in Sayre or somewhere. I'm gonna stop early, get another nap. I'm still kind of tired.
Yeah.
I drank a bunch of coffee yesterday while I was driving because I didn't sleep much the night before. I left about midnight out of Colton.
Yeah, I got me a little nap in there while I was in the repair bay.
Do they actually let you be in the truck? Really?
Yep.
Usually they don't.
T8 Metro, they usually let you stay in it, but Loves, they usually always will tell you to get out.
Or one time I was up in, where was it? Utah. Went to the Loves at Brigham. Needed to get a tire fixed because it had a hole that was constantly leaking. Yeah. Even though we had those things that constantly air it up, I was like, I want to get it fixed in case anything happens. And it was probably 1 o'clock in the morning. And I was in my truck. I fell asleep. The guy was by himself. Says, yeah, normally I'd kick you out of here. But since I was the only one here, I didn't care. I wanted you to get some sleep.
Yeah, that's Love's
their policy. Yeah. It's like, what's really going to happen? I'm sleeping. Is my blanket going to fall on my face? He's like, no, it's just their policy.
Yeah, you're worried. Alright guys, I'm gonna get out of here.
Be safe, brother.
Dude, man, good seeing you.
Locks do.
Yeah. You had the load box in. You could tell that the load box was in place.
Now, if they create a pre-cooler on the back of our truck for load locks, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That's an idea.
Yeah, that's true. Cause, Brian David was talking about that.
They expand when they're hot. Get them in there and cold, they're going to shrink just enough that they'll fall.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, I've never had that habit of pre-cool on my load box unless they have more than 4 load box.
Yeah.
And it's actually a really good idea.
Very good idea.
I gotta get myself in that habit.
Be safe out there, guys.
All right.
Be safe, Scott.
Have fun, man. We'll see you. So I'll probably be staying around the west, so let me, because I got
coming right back.
All right. See you later. Yeah, Dora has a medical appointment on the 21st, and I got good time off to plan to take her to that because she can't drive herself home from it. So, alright, let's get this turned around. Accidentally turned off. Hey, how you doing, Linda? Just got through meeting up here with Daniel Finney. I stopped here in Gallup to get another trailer airbag replaced. So as it turned out, yesterday I got a trailer airbag replaced, the left rear. And those of you guys who were watching me live the other day can vouch that it was definitely the left rear that was bad, because I remember showing it on the stream. And okay, that shop there right next to TA, oh man, they were fast. They got me as soon as there was a pickup with a boat. There was a pickup with a boat getting worked on when I first got there. Oh shit! I forgot to dump my drink. Stop real quick and then it's highly preferred that I refill it. The truck is not moving. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I did a 10-hour break in Santa Rosa. Their computer said that they did have one bag in stock, but when the guy looked, They didn't have it in hand, and then it turned out he found out what happened is somebody got charged for the wrong bag. So basically, they got the same kind of airbag that I needed that they actually got installed on Everclear everyway. But when they got charged for it, they got charged for some totally different airbag. So they told me he could either go over to, because he called the big rig truck shop right next door and asked them about if they had the bag in stock there. They said, yeah, we got them. So he told me he told me I can either go over to that shop and have them do it, or I can, or he can basically get it. Or the TA could do it for me, but they would do a 50% markup on the part if they do it. So I was like, all right, just wanted to double check my breakdown people, be sure what option they wanted to go with. And so yeah, 50% markup on a bag that's already they already charged me $250 for. So that's not gonna fly. We don't have I guess we don't have kind of a deal with. Hey, what's up? I just left Gallup right now. I had to get a trailer airbag replaced. Yep, another one. So yeah, speaking of that, I was just I'm streaming live now, and I was just talking about it. How I got the left rear replaced in Santa Rosa, and then I get to yeah, when I get through getting the bag replaced, I headed across the street to Love's, and then I went and post trip my truck, and I go back. When I'm back there, I realize now the front left is leaking. I'm like, what the hell? Um, so yeah, but like I was already on my break and wasn't gonna go back across the street to get another bag replaced. I said, screw it, I'll just get rolling when it's time to roll. And just before I got here in the Gallup, I called the TA here and asked them if they had the bags in stock, and they were open 24 hours. And so, so I'm just I'll end up with a. All right. So, so we're about 165 miles. And let's see. Yeah, and I'm not otherwise planning on stopping anywhere now, but yeah, I can meet up with you for a few in Navajo Travel Plaza if you. All right, or actually, you know what? Might I'm actually planning on getting fuel at the Maverick in Holbrook, but that's only like 30 miles for you. It's exit 286. Okay, you know where the TA is in Holbrook? So if you go an extra, what is that, one or two exits down? I want to say it's two exits because I want to say there's a 285 exit. 286, basically the one that you can take down through the town of Holbrook, and you ever take that other route down to Phoenix through Highway 77? Uh, okay, the same. Yeah, so the same exit you can use to take 77 down to 277 to 377 to 260 to 87, whatever. Yeah, that same exact. Yeah, the Maverick's right there. Yeah, correct. I'm already on the road. Um, yeah, you'll probably end up sitting there for about an hour by the time I show up, though. So probably if okay. I, yeah, it won't. It's not going to hold you up from getting your load on time. Is I assume not, because yeah, yeah, I know you'd probably tell me otherwise. The Arizona scale is at the 340 mile marker. Yeah, so let's see. I'm gonna let you know when I'm about 45 or so miles out. Okay, yeah, so I'd put me. All right, yeah, it'd probably put me right around. I think Navajo Travel Plaza or the Painted Desert uh, place. Yeah, yeah, it should be around. African trainer. Look at I got some more buffering going on here. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's buffering. I got messages up on my screen that are suggesting that it is. Ah, another slowdown for lane closure. And all these speed racing four-wheelers. Cody, I'm coming up to a lane closure right now. If it helps, it is currently 5:49 Mountain Time. If that doesn't jive with your clock, then you might want to check the slider bar on the on your stream there, on your view of it. Slide the bar all the way to the right if it's not already there. That'll get you back to live. about 5 miles to go before we at the Arizona line. I'm doing good here. The little nap I got while my airbag was getting replaced helped because I didn't sleep for crap last night. I got maybe a couple hours of sleep before I got up to start driving. Wasn't from lack of trying either. I mean, I tried to sleep, but just couldn't. Morning, Sean. Yeah, definitely get around pretty fast, huh? And I didn't even drive that hard this week because the day I delivered in Atlanta and then picked up my reload, one that I'm under right now, I only drove 200 and some odd miles that day. Then I drove 630 the next day, and then I drove 570, or yeah, I think 570-ish yesterday, which is not even that hard. I actually considered ending my day yesterday in Moriarty, but I needed to get an airbag replaced, and I already had talked to the TA in Santa Rosa and was told they had one. Plus, Santa Rosa is close enough where I can reach Phoenix on the next shift with about the same kind of miles, about 570 miles. Someone originally had said it was like 530 or something like that, but that's if you're taking if you take Highway 77, 276, basically if you cut down from Holbrook over to Mesa. That's the way, that's 533 miles. The way I'm going, because I'm going to stay away from the east side of Phoenix. And as it turns out, I-10 is actually closed right now in Phoenix, a little bit west of I-17, because of an accident. I'm going to get railroaded because you decide you want to pass me, even though you've been running slower than 40 does. DOT Blitz is now in effect. Yeah, we know that. It's it may or may not affect you. You don't know. Yeah, this way station up here could affect me as well, for all I know. All week long, the way stations can possibly be a problem. Right there. Alright, so Anthony's asking who pays for trailer repairs? Does the driver or does JCT? And the answer is that is JCT who pays for trailer repairs. There are some companies out here where if you lease with them, they, you basically pay for the trailer as well. Yeah, they'll pay you more per mile, or usually the ones that pay like the higher percentage of the load, let's say maybe 80-90% of the load. More than likely you have to rent the trailer from them, or lease the trailer from them unless you have your own. And you also pay for the trailer maintenance as well. But here we don't pay for trailer maintenance at all. We don't pay for reefer fuel. We don't pay for trailer permits or anything. JCT takes care of all of that. Nice overcast skies here. Won't be too bright today, I think, at least for a while. That'll be nice. Just crossed into Arizona a few minutes ago. It's a 160-mile trip across I-40 in Arizona to I-17, which is the route that I plan to take. I tend to not like taking the Holbrook to Mesa route, unless I'm more lightly loaded, or unless I'm going down to like Casa Grande or somewhere on the east side of Phoenix. If I'm going to go to the west end of Phoenix, I tend to prefer I-17, so I don't have to put myself through needlessly through commute traffic. Now on top of that, I got all the mountains and all that, so I mean, and some towns that you go through along that route as well. I-17 is more miles to cover, but don't really get slowed down except for the steep grades on I-17. What's up, Daniel? Yeah, good seeing you again, too. Wild man. Tried commenting on Patty's post also, but I guess she's still sleeping. That kind of sucks. She's stuck there because of that deer guard. Different than northeast, yes, they are. Well, this road here is really smooth, but a good chunk of I-40 here in Arizona is, bad shape. Like over there on the east side of Flagstaff, and then also, let's see, pretty notorious for like Ash Fork Hill and other areas there in between, I'd say in between Flagstaff and Ash Fork area. And in between Kingman and Lake Havasu, or particularly in that area where what's that other town down there? Right, farting on the name of that town over there between Kingman and. I want to say it starts with the letter A, but I forget. Traffic is concerned, yeah, definitely more manageable here. Now Sundays, this part of I-40 in Arizona can get pretty busy, particularly with truck traffic all on their way toward California. Also, some of it like me going to Phoenix. Wait till I end up back in Cali there, Anthony. You'll see that. You'll see miles and miles of heavy traffic there. This guy in front of me is only going about half a mile to a mile an hour slower than me, so I'm just going to hang out behind him. Kick back at 48 miles an hour, 68 instead of 70 for now. When I do deliveries, let's say when I'm at my house and I go take a load to downtown or like to Vernon or even like Long Beach or wherever, it would normally take me about 2 hours to get there in a truck from my house to there, but usually it takes me about at least 3 hours in reality because of the heavy stop and go traffic. Too many idiots have accidents or don't know how to leave space so that people can merge in easily. Cody, knowing you, you probably would buy some Depends just for the hell of it. Morning, Yolanda. Morning, Juan Francisco. Buena mañana. Buenos días. Estoy en Arizona, en el Interstate 40. Bridge there, but I don't know. Why do I not remember that bridge? Hi, Anthony. Have a good one. Took me about at least 4.5. That's about a 5-hour stream. Factor in also that I'm going to be stopping in Holbrook for fuel. And to meet up briefly with my trainer over there. Me descargando en Phoenix, Arizona. Mañana more sunlight out here. Simón, yeah. Descargando a las 7:30 de la mañana. Let's see, I'm about 245 miles from I-17. And another 140 past that. So, yeah, I've been over a 4-hour drive from here. Estoy 245 millas este del Interstate 17. Y 140 millas en el Interstate 17 a Phoenix. Voy a mejor de 280 millas de Phoenix de aquí. Way station coming up. If you need load locks, you'll have to buy them. Basically get an EFS check cut for them, or you can go ahead and buy them out of pocket. And then claim it either way with your EFS check, or just claim your receipt on your trip sheet no matter what. How many load locks do you have on hand? Do you have at least 2? Drive-wise inspection site, 2 miles. You have 1? Okay. I recommend when you get to maybe next time you stop, find out how much it is out the door. 'Cause I used to have to do this at Sea England. I've only once had to buy load locks since I've been with JCT. But when you get to this, next time you shut down, ask them for the out the door price of a load lock. You'll have to grab the load lock and ask them to scan it. Give you the out the door price. The other way is you can do in advance for, let's just say, like if the load lock is like $20, $30 or something like that, just getting in advance for about $40, and then you can pay out of pocket and then claim and then scan that in with your trip sheet, the receipt, and then they reimburse you. Otherwise, writing an EFS check for the exact amount, okay, I can bypass. The sign here says I can bypass. Driveways just told me pulling in unless closed, but the roadside sign said I could bypass, so I'm bypassing. 8:15 a.m. Pacific time. Be about the approximate time I get to Flagstaff or on I-17. It's a nice sunrise coming up behind me. When you got cloud cover, always seems to be the best time for sunrises and sunsets. So you had some really nice hues on in the colors when the sun reflects off the clouds. All right, sounds good. Truck a little bit too fast, and I got two trucks gaining on me. It's not a hurricane truck, is it? He's got chicken lights. It's a yellow truck with chicken lights. Oh, that can't be a hurricane. I think that's a bull hauler. Yeah, that's a bull hauler. Plus, almost every hurricane truck has two-tone. Oh no, he's not a bull hauler. He's pulling an Amazon Prime trailer. Surprise! Trucker passed to me. Argus Express out of Phoenix. US 191 northbound. Coming up 2 miles from now. Joe back up and let him know I'm passing by. Alright, won't be any more way stations between here and Phoenix. There is a rest area on I-17 that is sometimes used as a truck inspection facility, but not very often that they actually use it for that. I wouldn't make any bets on them having it used today, but they could because it's an inspection, it's Blitz Week. But for Blitz Week, they're focusing more on speeders, cops, DOT officers out here on actually out on the highways, just watching, for things like that, distracted driving, anything along that line, mainly moving violation kind of stuff. So I'm not sure the weigh stations are going to be any different this year than this week than they normally are. National Parks over at 46. Hey, I just got past the Navajo Travel Plaza. All right. Yeah, it's at exit 286. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, so Joe's gonna meet me there at the Maverick IWX. They got a terminal right here in Kingman. Keep catching back up to this guy up here in front of me. Not IWX, but the guy at the same lane as me. I swear he's only like half a mile an hour slower. But it seemed like I caught back up to him pretty fast. Alright, hang tight, I gotta fix the jack. I was being in Moriarty earlier when I was still in Gallup. Are you guys coming this way or going east? Maybe give me a call. Sean had a lady texting and driving, screaming out car window. About you not wearing a mask? Idiots. That's stupid. Who gives a shit? You're in your own vehicle. What the hell's wrong with you? Apparently doesn't have any common sense. What it is? How much? What are you doing? Ah, damn. Okay, so you guys cross paths with me somewhere. So I shut down yesterday around noon in Santa Rosa. And then I went back on duty around 11 o'clock at night and ran nonstop to Gallup, and then stopped there to get another airbag replaced. Ah, been a fun-filled week of airbag changes this week. Now I got one left on the tractor to do, but then the last two, the ones I did yesterday and today, were both on the trailer. So I had the left rear to do yesterday, and I didn't know anything about the left front one being bad. And then right after I got through getting the left rear replaced and headed back across the street to Love's, do a walk around and like, hey, why am I still hearing a hissing sound back here? Start, actually crawl around underneath the trailer with that 110-degree pavement or weather and probably 130, 140-degree pavement. Uh, I won't be surprised if my left rear on my tractor. I mean, Is that a statement or a question? Oh, no, I think it's really just the seal between where the bag itself meets up with the bottom end of the little. Okay, focusing on speeding, distracted driving, tailgating, aggressive driving, stuff like that. So I'm not sure that it's going to affect the way station behavior or activity so much as it will. Maybe we'll see more cops on the road, um, specifically watching us. Or was it just a no? That just yeah. 3. You should. That's not even a level 3. It's just a registration check. But it sounds like. Yeah, pretty much all of the states do that every so often, but Wyoming is particularly notorious for doing it. Not every time, and because I went through way stations in Wyoming like at least 3 times in over the last couple weeks, and every time I got dragged in, they had the little lights flashing saying basically trucks not requiring permits are okay to go. But yeah, most of the time when I do go into a way station in Wyoming, they want that they drag you in for registration check. I don't know. I get you know what's weird is yeah, a couple days ago I was getting bypass signals before I even got to the way in motion sensor, and this was at open way stations too. So like, why is it? I haven't even got to the thing where the first where the way in motion sensor is at yet, and I'm already getting a bypass signal. It's weird. Um, I was. Mhm. Over by by Havasu. Are you talking about in California or in Arizona? Oh, the Cajon Pascal. Yeah, the one over by my place. Well, alrighty then. Yes, correct. Hopefully, maybe I'll get lucky and they'll tell me I can drop it in the drop yard or something. And no, I'll be there this morning. Yeah, I'm only, let's see, I'm 100 and about 115 miles from I-17, and then what 140 more from there. So I'm about 255 out. So less than 4 hour drive from now. I think we do have locals there, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure locals there because they usually the same. Yeah, I'm not in there too often, but like I was just in there a couple times in the last there. Well, it was a recovery truck. When I went, when I piece of shit that you and there was a yard that was an option for me to get to, and I'm pretty sure it was the one that was in the up in the corner there next to the first drop trailer. There's another one that's always there. I think it's like a 2800 truck number or something like that, an older one. I'm pretty sure that's a local driver. JC, that was 4140, whatever. I think I swapped with that guy before. Yeah, I think if it's the same driver. Cody's doing good. He's actually on the stream right now. Trip, I think, when you got on there in Evanston, and he's on his way to Grandview. Yeah, I guess you've not been to that one before. Uh, soon as you started, soon as you started guessing the state, it became pretty evident to me you'd not been to it before. Yeah, it's a Walmart DC off I-82. Yeah, you know where Tri Cities is, right? Like Richland, Pasco, and Kennewick. Richland. Okay, so if you go, how far is that? I think about 30 or so miles past the Richland area. Going toward um, went toward Yakima and all that. I guess I'd call it northwest of Richland. Yeah. All right, so truck 4140, that is the same guy I swapped with in Yuma. I don't know if the same person in it right now. I saw a letter B or something like that on the back end of it. And I don't remember if the guy even had a letter code on it, so I don't think he's with us anymore. And I wouldn't be surprised if service failures had something to do with it. So anyway, this guy, I was picking up in in Yuma at T&A. I forget the name of the company. I just call it Tits and Ass Produce. I don't. You probably haven't been to that place before, have you? Yeah. Uh, yeah, the one that I'm talking about. It's the same company. They were usually I do when I pick up from there. I pick up first in California. You got a deadhead over there, and then you have what clock you have available to work with to get back over to Yuma before your clock. Which sucks, but okay. So anyway, T&A I picked up from. Basically I got picked up my load, or no, they got docked in earlier. And I wasn't ready to move until like 10. Well, I was still on my 10-hour break because I picked up my load and then moved back over the miles away. But yeah, I guess so. And that guy also had just picked up in Yuma, or I wouldn't say he just picked up, but he did technically. And why the confusion here is because it turned out this guy, I can't remember who he picked up. It was, yeah, it could have been Taylor Farms or something. It wasn't the same shipper I was picking up from though. All right, so he drove all the way out to Tucson where he made a fuel stop or whatever before he decided to scale the load. Yeah, that's like 250 miles. Scale it. Yeah, he drove 250 miles away from the shipper before he bothered to scale the load. And then when he did scale it, found out, oops, he got himself a very unwanted surprise, and the fact that it needed to be reworked. So then he had to run another 250 miles back to the shipper to get it reworked. So he cost himself probably a good 9 hours at least of on duty time and driving, and made the load late on top of it because he could have just scaled it right there at Flying J where I swapped with him, which was only 5 miles away and right along his route. Actually, now my load was going to head up toward I-40 if I remember right, Avia, Illinois, if I remember right. Well, so and then okay, this guy had no idea that they even wanted him to swap. I think I tried calling him, but it went straight to voicemail when I was first leaving the shipper, leaving my shipper. When I get over there and I see his truck, and then I start knocking on his door. I'm like, "Hey, I'm supposed to swap with you." And I was like, "Really? I didn't know anything about a swap." Like, yeah, they asked me before I left my shipper, and while I was still on my 10-hour break, and I guess you're running behind on your load or something, and say, "Oh well," and I guess he didn't want to swap. I can't remember why, but I mean, you're right. But I mean, your load's going to be late. There ain't no way you're going to make it on time from what it sounds like, and that's the reason they want to swap you out. And so, hey, if you say no, that's yeah, that's between you and dispatch. Let them know. But I already got my clock started just a few minutes ago, and I don't want my 14 burning down, waiting for some kind of resolution on this. I either want to get my truck moving with the load I'm already under, or we need to do the swap, and I'll take yours. But I'm not going to be sitting here burning time when I just started my shift 5 miles ago. So I told the I ended up telling the dispatcher, "Hey, this guy doesn't want to swap. He had this or that. I forget what concern it was." And so he calls, the dispatcher calls the driver back up and tells him, "Hey, you need to do this swap because I highly recommend you do a swap because you're running behind and we need the load to be delivered." Oh, I know why he didn't want to swap because he was trying to get home. Yeah, I think that I can't remember where he was from, but I think that load was supposed to get him in the right direction. Or no, it wasn't. I can't remember that. I think the load that I had was not going to help him get home. I think he was. Yeah, I think he lived in Houston, and I think he had his time off scheduled like a week later, and didn't think he'd be able to get there or something like that. So, but they talked him into doing the swap and said, "Yeah, just do the swap and let us worry about trying to get you another swap or whatever to get you." Damn it, shut up. To get you home. So he finally ended up agreeing to do the swap when I took his load and uh, I because I was able to get his delivered on time, but even me it wasn't easy. I think I was still only had like a couple hours to spare by the time I got there. Yeah, 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 yeah. If not three. I actually didn't mind it because my APU's been having a tendency to get hot and shut down on me and kind of going through cooling. So I don't see it leaking anything. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe it's my water pump leaking it into the no something. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's been doing great with the starts now. I, Power steering fluid in the engine? No, no. I've not had to replenish any fluids, but I do keep scratching my head at what the hell I keep seeing on my axles and leaf springs and stuff because I keep seeing like some greasy looking shit on there. Yeah, that's why I can't figure out where the hell this stuff's coming from because I no fluids anywhere that I'm having to replenish except for my windshield washer fluid every so often. So, but that's hey, because I sometimes use it. Oh yeah, who was it saying it was like 122 degrees yesterday? Okay, so you're saying it was 119 in Barstow when you went through there last night. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it usually gets just not quite as hot in where I'm at, but it's usually pretty close to Barstow's temp, but usually just a slight bit cooler. Probably like 100, like 105 or some shit. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See if they've received them yet, or ah. I don't know, man. It might slow it down a little bit, but I don't think it'll stop it because we're an essential industry and companies need new trucks. They're going to need them to keep America moving. Yeah. Just FYI, I'm about a mile away from where I'm going to stop for fuel. He just started in Winslow, so. Hey, all right, sounds good. We'll talk to you later. Bye bye. All right, here's my exit coming up. 207 a gallon, it looks like. Oh no, 215. Yeah, I thought it was 215. Huh. 119. Yeah, that's not unusual there either. It's not an every year occurrence there, but it's not unusual either. Ah, you stupid light. You couldn't just wait for me to make it across the intersection first? Yeah, 215 a gallon here for the fuel I'm going to be getting. Yeah, and one of our guys said it was 122 in Barstow, I think earlier today, yesterday, or I think it was yesterday, it could have been the day before. But also keep in mind it's a dry heat. It's only about 5% humidity typically in the summertime. Or, well, pretty much, yeah, most of the year it's like that. Not see Joe here yet, but he'll probably be here soon. Frickin' sun in my face. Definitely not here yet, but will be before long. I never registered my Maverick card, but it's alright. The only thing I really get out of it's free drinks and crap. Alright, time to get fuel. I picked the one that, the one pump that doesn't have a satellite hose. Morning, Corey. Alright, I'm gonna hang out here for just a few, because my trainer, Joe, will be coming in really soon. He was starting to shift in Winslow. I'm actually kind of surprised he's not here yet, unless maybe he had to get fuel on. Well, unless he got fuel over there. Yeah, he's gonna stop through here, gonna see what's up before he heads off. He's going eastbound somewhere. I ended up filling up my left tank. I was wanting to get fuel for my right tank also, but this pump here doesn't have a satellite hose. Pretty much all the others do, though. Figure that one out. I don't know. There's another truck to pull in over there, but that's not him. Anyway, I'm at the Maverick in Holbrook, Arizona. Got about 90 miles to go from here to I-17, and then 140 in up I-7, basically from Flagstaff down to Phoenix. So about 2:30 out. What's about a 3.5 hour trip? I got 5:35 on my clock. So I got plenty of time to get there, and it's only going to be like barely even 10 in the morning by the time I even get there. Let's see if he texted me anything. No, hasn't yet. Actually, no, I can. I'm gonna run in and use the restroom while I'm waiting on him. So hang tight. boxes or something like that. Yeah, I'll throw that in the fridge in a minute. Alright guys, looks like the chat's messed up again. Alright, so he ended up hooking me up. He had some OS&D pork. I got what I could that'll fit in my fridge. The rest of it he's gonna keep with him and take home. A couple of big chunks of ham. Two big chunks of ham in this box. I get this put away. Healthy, trim, classic quality ham. Ah, shit. It's so long, I don't know that I get my door to close. Sideways. I think. Pain in the ass. Is that good? Yes. Success. Alright. Now I'm gonna get the chat restarted. I need to get out of here before this guy starts coming up and asking me for money again. So let me get rolling. What part of it don't keep cash on me do you not figure out? RG and Jim. Let me get that. Yeah, I kept having to keep an eye out for frickin' panhandlers. I mean, that guy already did come up while Joe and I were out hanging out talking in front of the. Oh, shit. I need to be over here. How about that? I wanted to get out of there quickly because that guy and I'm guessing his wife, and then there were a couple other guys we saw walking. They looked like they were walking toward our area to the back of the store while from where those trees and shit are at back there, over by that other business. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Okay, one way I could have gone is just straight down the street here and go up to take this road right here down to this is Highway 77 I was just on. Take it down to 277. But since I'm going up, it's not exactly, I mean, it's a shorter route, but it's slower too. And particularly since I'm going over the west side of Phoenix, I tend to prefer to take I-17 down instead. About 90 miles out from I-17. 90. We're in Holbrook, Arizona at the moment. To Ohio, and he's gonna stop. He's gonna go through Oklahoma. Basically, go by his house on the way out there. Miles to go to get to Winslow. Question, how familiar are you guys with Kelly Preston, John Travolta's wife? I guess she just died of breast cancer. I know her name, I just couldn't remember why. So Dora and I were talking last night, early in the morning when I was driving, about her and like what movies and stuff she'd been in, and I guess she was a model also, but I couldn't get any info about what kind of modeling work she did. Most of the stuff she did I didn't recognize, and then the stuff she did do that I do recognize and I've even watched, I either haven't watched, it's been too long since I watched and I forget what she even had to do with it. Was just not one that I watched much. Watched very closely, whatever. Like Twins, the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito movie. She was in that one. I'll be damned if I can figure out what she even did in that movie, though. And also Space Camp. I have an idea on who she was in Space Camp, but I don't know for sure. And it's been a long time since I saw that movie. Good movie though. Oddly, I didn't know this until very recently when one of the YouTube channels I watch frequently here, Minty Comedic Arts, he always does these videos on 10 things you didn't know about this or that movie. certain people being in it, like what's his name, Lamar, whatever his name is, the guy who plays what's his name, the black nerd in Revenge of the Nerds. Let's put it that way, make it easy. You know, the gay black guy in the Revenge of the Nerds. He's in it. Kelly Preston is in it. And apparently her ex-husband is also in Space Camp. Then the young boy that's in that movie, I didn't realize it until I was watching the Minty Comedic Arts' video on it, that the younger boy in that movie is actually Joaquin Phoenix. And I guess that was like his first real movie role. And when he started showing the clips of some scenes with him, like, yeah, I guess that is Joaquin Phoenix. Well, I honestly couldn't remember I couldn't quite put a distinct face to Kelly Preston's name, and I can't put any, I can't distinctively determine what roles she played in what movie she did that I even have watched. Like I said, I got an idea on who she was in Space Camp, and everything else, like, forget it, I don't know. I got blue JCT Freightliner here, 3350 Fox. That's an older one. 3350, that was in the time when we were mostly getting Peterbilts, like my own. Don't see very many of those on the road anymore. Any 3300 trucks. Yep, I've seen that truck before though. Got the same driver in it who was in it last time I saw it. Joseph City. And I guess they were putting out news that I guess his name's Chet Presley or something like that. Elvis and Priscilla Presley's son, or something like that. I guess he died too. Still a pretty decent number of trucks parked over there at Love's. Plenty of open spots, but still plenty of trucks still parked there too. Stop at the Pilot there over in Avondale. And the customer is just a few exits, a few miles away from there. But it doesn't deliver till tomorrow morning. So unless they're able to, hopefully I can get a permission to drop this in the drop yard, but I'm kind of having doubts now that they're going to do that. Probably just have me deliver and then grab another load tomorrow. Smith, something like that. I tried. I think I do remember hearing something about her having some kind of Hawaiian background. Can't remember if she's originally from there or she spent time there or something. I did hear she spent time in Australia. I think a couple other foreign countries. Like you wouldn't even think that she'd spent time in like Iraq or somewhere. I almost want to say it. I almost thought that her modeling. Figure out why I know her. I'm not overly convinced. I mean, maybe it is from the movies that I've seen that she's in, but. Yeah, like it's been so long since she's been in stuff that I've watched. There were other movies she's been in that I've heard of, and that I'm familiar with, but I've never seen. Or don't recall having seen. There have been claims that he's made some I guess homosexually aggressive kind of gestures toward other men. Yeah, like maybe he swings both ways or something. Which would kind of make me wonder if he'd now that his wife is gone, he'll probably be a little bit more free-spirited with that or something. So I believe there were a couple of people who accused him of sexual assault. Both were people who accused him of assault were both men. Born in Hawaii. Okay, that makes sense with that middle name. It's kind of like my buddy Mike. My buddy Mike, he's a black guy who I used to work I was in the Air Force with, and he was previously an Army helicopter crew chief. But he's like an avid surfer because he grew up in, he was actually born in and grew up in Hawaii. And his middle name is also a Hawaiian middle name. S&P 500 is opening up at a little over 30, around the 3,200 level today. Highest it's been since before the drop. It got up to about 3,450, I believe, or 3,475, somewhere in that ballpark at its peak before the COVID-19 induced drop happened. I got another JCT coming. Kenworth, blue one. $43.01 Bravo. I think I just saw something about Tesla up 12% again. stops on a tear. And on top of that, Tesla is going to be joining the S&P 500 before long. It's met all the criteria to be included in the index now. Alright, first time I've seen 4301, as far as I know. And it's already on its third operator, and that's a newer truck. Articles on this one. One was this, and then one was a retraction of it.
Amazon.com demands TikTok app be removed from employee devices over. By Echo Wong and Crystal Hu. July 10, Reuters, Amazon.com Inc. has requested employees remove the TikTok video sharing app from their mobile devices by July 10 over security risks, according to a memo to employees seen by Reuters. Due to security risk, the TikTok app is no longer permitted on mobile devices that access Amazon email. If you have TikTok on your device, you must remove it by 10 July to retain mobile access to Amazon email. At this time, using TikTok from your Amazon laptop browser is allowed, according to the email. An Amazon.com representative was not immediately reachable. Reporting by Echo Wong and Crystal Hu, editing by Kenneth Li and Chris Reese. Article 150 of 162. Amazon asks employees to delete TikTok amid security concerns. This story was updated at 5:25 p.m. EST on July 10. Amazon on Friday morning sent an email to all employees demanding they remove the video app TikTok from their phones by the end of the day. 5 hours later, Amazon told media the email was a mistake. Around noon East on Friday, in an email obtained by Yahoo Finance, Amazon told U.S. employees to delete TikTok from all mobile devices connected to Amazon email by the end of the day, or lose access to their email. Amazon employees in Europe received the same email a few hours later. The email read, "Due to security risks, the TikTok app is no longer permitted on mobile devices that access Amazon email. If you have TikTok on your device, you must remove it by Jul 10 to retain mobile access to Amazon email. At this time, using TikTok from your Amazon laptop browser is allowed." Amazon regularly tells its employees to comply with software updates by a certain date or risk losing access to work email. But giving them less than 1 day to comply is highly unusual, and suggests that Amazon security has serious concerns about TikTok. The The story got stranger on Friday just before 5 p.m. EST, when an Amazon spokesperson emailed out this statement: "This morning's email to some of our employees was sent in error. There is no change to our policies right now with regard to TikTok." The spokesperson would not explain further, or answer questions beyond the statement. TikTok app logo can be seen, Kolkata, India, 30 June 2020. India bans 59 Chinese mobile apps including TikTok and WeChat amid border crisis erupted between India and China this month according to an Indian media report. Photo illustration by Andranil Aditya, nor photo via Getty Images. TikTok is owned by ByteDance, which is based in Beijing. TikTok has a U.S. office in LA, and hired former Disney executive Kevin Mayer as its new CEO in May. On Thursday, The Wall Street Journal reported that TikTok is considering corporate changes to further distance itself from China, including moving its global headquarters to the U.S. and creating an independent TikTok board separate from ByteDance. TikTok has been downloaded close to 2.3 billion times globally, according to research firm Sensor Tower. 185.3 million of those downloads, about 8.2%, were in the U.S. The Trump administration has voiced its concerns about Chinese tech firms, most notably Huawei, and their aggressive gathering of user data. In January, an analysis of TikTok by Checkpoint Research found multiple vulnerabilities that could have allowed attacks to manipulate accounts. In response to Pompeo's comments on Tuesday, TikTok said in a statement to Yahoo Finance, TikTok is led by an American CEO, with hundreds of employees and key leaders across safety, security, product, and public policy. U.S. data, or would we do so if asked? And in response to the Amazon ban on Friday, TikTok sent this statement to Yahoo Finance: "User security is of the utmost importance to TikTok. We are fully committed to respecting the privacy of our users." While Amazon did not communicate to us before sending their email, and we still do not understand their concerns, we welcome a dialogue so we can address any issues they may have and enable their team to continue participating in our community. We're proud that tens of millions of Americans turn to TikTok for entertainment, inspiration, and connection, including many of the Amazon employees and contractors who have been on the front lines of this pandemic. Daniel Roberts is an editor-at-large at Yahoo Finance. Follow
I'm going to have a new Qualcomm message coming in before long. I forgot to let them know that I'm done with trailer repairs. Get into the eastern end of Winslow. 60 miles to go to I-17, and then 140 miles or so from Flagstaff down to Phoenix. So about 200 miles left. Roughly about a 3-hour drive. State Route 99 northbound, 6 miles out. Surprised it's taking me this long to catch up to Heath. I thought their trucks were usually governed at like 65 or something. White Kenworth behind me also gaining on me. I haven't figured out yet if I can get around Heath before he gets up to me. I think that guy might catch me before I get a chance to get all the way around Heath. Doing about maybe a mile an hour slower than me, so let me see what happens when I drop down to 68. If he pulls away from me when I'm doing 68, I'll just go ahead and see where I'm at. Since blocking the left lane to get around a truck that's only marginally slower. Yeah, see, I'm at 68. He looks like he's very slowly pulling away. Devils for UPS, awesome. We're about what part of the U.S.? And you drive a sleeper or do you do day cab? Asking me to swap or giving me permission to drop in or drop yard.
Message 107. Important received today at 7:29 a.m. Are you okay for a TD tomorrow at 07:30 a.m. Scott.
Oh, there's a confirmation thing. Yeah, he says I guess they have a requirement to send those messages 24 hours before the delivery time to make sure the driver knows that they're supposed to be delivered at that particular time. Day cab, okay, on Florida, alright. I'm out in Florida every once in a while, not very frequent. It's usually our team trucks that are out there, but we do have solo drivers that, we do have solo routes out that way also. I'm just not out there very much myself. It's weird. My first year with JCT, I think I did a fairly decent number of loads into Florida, in and out of Florida. And over the last year or so, I've hardly been there at all. there in Richland, which isn't even that far into Washington, before I went back out. And then more recently, within about a month, or I don't even think it was been a month ago, I had that little go up to Spokane and ended up reloading in Borden, Washington. That was the first real foray into Washington in over a year for me. I think Florida's been at least probably a good 6 months since I've been down there. But I'm not complaining. I mean, I live in Southern California, and we do a lot of freight into and out of Southern Cal, so it's a good good place to be for me for OTR kind of work, which is what I have a preference for. I hear a lot of people say they like doing LTL work. UPS, FedEx, XPO, STs, or whoever. And you guys supposed to get paid by the hour, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, this section needs a bit of TLC.
Jackson, keeping him on roster. Around the NFL staff NFL.com. DeSean Jackson has been punished but remains conditionally on the Eagles after statements he made on Instagram while sharing an image of a quote falsely attributed to Adolf Hitler earlier this week. The club announced Friday it has penalized DeSean for conduct detrimental to the team. The Eagles statement noted that Jackson, who has since offered multiple public apologies, must also commit to supporting his words with actions in order to remain with the Eagles. We have had a number of constructive conversations over the last few days, not only with DeSean Jackson, but also with many other players, members of the organization, and leaders in the community, the statement that has led us to the point where we and he are ready to take the next steps. Around the NFL will have more on this story shortly. Article 152 of 162. California waitress who kicked out CEO during racist tirade receives over $78 in tips. Fox News 12 hours ago. Now that's a big tip. A California waitress has received over $78,000 in tips and praise as an everyday hero after kicking out the CEO of a San Francisco tech company who cursed at an Asian family during a racist rant at a restaurant over the 4th of July weekend. Jenica Cochran, who works as a server at the Lucia Bar and Restaurant inside the Bernardus Lodge and Spa, immediately intervened when she heard Michael Lofthouse, CEO of tech company Solidate, cursing and yelling at an Asian family who was celebrating a birthday at the Carmel Valley restaurant. Warning, video contains profanity. You need to leave right now. Get out, you are not allowed here, get out now, Cochran ordered Lofthouse in a now viral video. You do not talk to our guests like that, they are valued guests, you are not allowed here ever again. The CEO has since issued an apology to the Orosa Chan family for his appalling behavior and racist remarks. In the days since, 3 GoFundMe campaigns have surfaced online for Cochran. The largest, aptly dubbed, a big tip for an everyday hero, had raised over $60,930 as of Friday morning. Together, the other petitions have also raised more than $17,652. Cochran has since described defending the Orosa Chan family as simply the right thing to do. To hear the emotion coming out of my voice, to see my mannerisms, it was unbelievable. It was just something that came over me and I just did what needed to be done, the waitress told KGO-TV on Wednesday. I did what anybody else should or would do in that situation. I felt very protective of them. You don't come in here and say those kinds of things to people, she continued. Especially people feel so raw coming out of quarantine. Most of these people, this is the first time that they've been out to dinner and then you have someone attacking them. It was just no, I don't have time for this. Explaining that she felt almost maternal towards that diners who were attacked, Cochran said that she followed her instincts to do whatever I can to protect these people. To have someone hate you just because of the way that you look, that's beyond me. I don't understand it, she said. In a message to the public, Cochran added, if you see something, do something. Stand up against racism and hatred in any form anytime you can. As for the generous gratuities that are still pouring in, KGO-TV reports that the windfall will allow Cochran to focus more on her passion for teaching yoga while brainstorming ways to donate the money to others in need, including those in the service industry. Fox News' Danielle Wallace contributed to this report. Article 153 of 162. Former George Air Force Base residents file claim, intend to sue government over alleged exposure to toxins. Victorville Daily Press, yesterday. Lisa McRae arrived at Victorville's George Air Force Base in 1987, a healthy and pregnant military wife. But within the first month, McRae, who was 19 at the time, said her body just didn't feel right. Something was off, she said. 4 months into her pregnancy, she suffered a miscarriage that she said almost killed her. A base doctor said that her uterus had been full of tumors. After she left the base in 1991, the year before it officially closed, she said she continued to suffer from various symptoms and just got sicker and sicker and sicker. Now in her early 50s, McRae estimates she has at least 40 different medical conditions, including lupus, Parkinson's disease and fibromyalgia. As president of the Military Accountability and Transparency Alliance, or MATA, she and about 1,600 others who served or lived on George AFB believe they were unknowingly exposed to toxic chemicals and radiation, and as a result, are plagued with the aftereffects. The group filed an administrative claim on June 30 against the federal government, which serves as notification of their intent to sue.
Oh, Michael Gold,
U.S.
where you
Air Force
at?
did not respond to a request for comment for this story. Environmental contamination. The fighter jet base was declared a Superfund site by the Environmental Protection Agency in 1990.
My buddy Michael Gold, who sometimes comes on here, was he was stationed at
site
George.
that pose an unacceptable risk to human health or the environment, and are present in the soil, solid waste and groundwater. They include a 600-acre plume of trichloroethylene, or TCE, a solvent used to degrease metal parts and known to be a human carcinogen, and about 2 million gallons of disposed jet fuel in an area turned over to state oversight in 2005. In March 2018, the Department of Defense reported to Congress that at least 401 active and shuttered military installations, including George, were found or suspected to have released chemicals known as perfluoroalkyl substances. The chemicals are used for a variety of purposes, including in the foam for firefighting at airfields. At 22 monitoring wells on George AFB, Department of Defense officials found 14 with the chemicals present in the water at levels ranging from 87 to 5,396 parts per trillion, above the EPA's guideline of 70 parts per trillion. According to limited studies on people, the chemicals have been associated with, among other disorders, developmental delays in fetuses and children, changes to the immune system and prostate, and kidney and testicular cancer. At least 23 out of 219 hazardous sites in total on the base are being actively cleaned up, according to the investigative news outlet ProPublica. So far, $172 million has been spent, with an estimated $62.2 million still needed to achieve cleanup of all the sites by 2077. A group with a link. McRae, who resides in Ohio, said that many of former residents were suffering from the same conditions, a lot of reproductive issues, rare cancers, leukemia and multiple lymphoma, among others. A majority of people suffer from peripheral neuropathy, according to McRae, a disease that damages nerves and has been linked to exposure to toxins. Nobody knew anything. There's just a lot of people that are sick, she said. And I think the one thing that military officials didn't count on was us ever finding each other. But the internet made that possible. McRae said a study of the group's conditions also found a miscarriage rate 10 times higher than the national average. According to the article, nearly 300 women who had connected via Facebook reported similar health issues such as ovarian cysts, uterine tumors, hysterectomies and birth defects. An informal poll found that nearly one-third had had a miscarriage. Some were told not to get pregnant at the base, the outlet reported. A silent protest. MIATA members, meanwhile, said they are planning to place hundreds of baby shoes in a plaque at the former George AFB's hospital parking lot on Sunday in memory of our children lost due to miscarriages and stillbirths as a direct result from maternal contamination exposure. Members are asking for donations of newborn or preemie shoes. The 8 a.m. memorial service will include a silent protest of the Air Force's lack of a response to the contamination. MIATA says the military branch has yet to respond to these very serious issues concerning veterans and family members of the base. Our mission is to assist those that have been affected by military contamination throughout the United States to know that they are not alone, and we ask that they join us so that our legacy is not forgotten, the group said in a statement. As for McRae, she said she continues to get calls from people who currently work in the area of the base, where the Southern California Logistics Airport is now located. I get people coming to me all the time asking me 955-5358. Follow him on Twitter at VP_Mestasio. Article 154 of 162. 5 states on the brink of losing dining out privileges. MSN.com, yesterday. 5 states on the brink of losing dining response to a rapid increase in new cases. However, leading health experts are now saying that some states should strongly consider reimposing stay-at-home orders in order to mitigate the spread of coronavirus. Currently, the rate of new infections is even higher than it was back when the first wave of cases hit the U.S. in mid-March and early April. The daily count of new COVID-19 cases has surpassed 60,000, a record high. In an interview with the Journal podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, said, "It went from an average of about 20,000 to 40,000, then 50,000, that's doubling.
Sounds like I might
If
have
you
a
keep
cop up
doubling,
here.
2 times 50 is 100. One of the most immediate ways we can potentially halt the spread of coronavirus is to close down facilities that are known breeding grounds for the virus, restaurants and bars." The Harvard Global Health on track for containment, green, community spread, yellow, accelerated spread, orange, and tipping point, red. What follows are the top 5 states that have experienced the bulk of these new cases, all of which have at least 25 cases per 100,000 people and may potentially lose their dining out privileges. And while we're on the subject, make sure you're avoiding major mistakes. Attending COVID party thinking virus was a hoax.
Just on the east side of Winslow.
Article 156 of 162. Truck driver found dead inside semi in Hesperia, VBNG.com, yesterday. Hesperia, Caliph. VBNG.com, a male truck driver was found dead inside a parked semi Saturday evening in Hesperia. It happened at about 5:00 p.m. on July 11, 2020, in a dirt lot behind the Chevron in the 12,100 block of Main Street in Hesperia. Sheriff's officials said the deceased male was found in a white semi and there are no suspicious circumstances involved. The coroner showed up just before 8:00 p.m. to retrieve the body. The identification of the deceased will be released by the coroners pending notification of next of kin. According to a sign on the side of the semi, the truck was leased to Cordon Express Inc. based out of Bensonville, Ill. No other information was available for release. Article 157 of 162. 2 officers, suspect killed in Texas border town shooting. McAllen, Texas, AP, 2 police officers were shot and killed Saturday by a suspect who later fatally shot himself in a South Texas border town after responding to a domestic disturbance call, authorities said. McAllen Police Chief Victor Rodriguez identified the slain officers as Edelmir Garza, 45, and Ismael Chavez, 39. Garza was an officer with the police department for more than 8 years while Chavez had over 2 years of experience. The officers first met with 2 people who reported assaults that took place inside a nearby home on the south side of McAllen around 3:30 p.m. Saturday, Rodriguez said, but the alleged shooter, whom police identified as 23-year-old Auden Ignacio Camarillo, opened fire when officers attempted to enter the home. Camarillo shot and killed himself shortly after opening fire on the officers, Rodriguez said, adding that the suspect hid behind a vehicle after other officers responded to the scene. Camarillo had a few run-ins with police beginning in 2016 to his most recent arrest last month on assault charges, according to public records. More details surrounding the domestic disturbance Garza and Chavez responded to were not immediately known. Rodriguez said the attack happened suddenly and fellow police officers didn't learn of the officers' deaths until arriving to the area moments later. Rodriguez said he doesn't expect his department to get over the deaths of their fellow officers anytime soon. The next few days for us, moving forward as well, will be very, very difficult for ourselves at the department and at the city of McAllen, but our strength will get us through, the chief said. We gather our strength from our police officers, and we gather our strengths from our colleagues, as you can see here. Texas Gov. Greg Abbott, who spoke with Rodriguez, offered the full backing of the state and expressed his support via social media. 2 of our finest were killed in the line of duty while working to protect residents in their community, Abbott wrote on Twitter. We unite to #BackTheBlue. Lieutenant Christopher Olivares, spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety, said DPS was among the agencies assisting McAllen police on Saturday. Olivares noted that DPS sent troopers to secure the scene after the McAllen Police Department requested their assistance. He said his agency received a call about the incident around 4:30 p.m. McAllen is located at the southern tip of Texas, about 70 miles, 113 kilometers west of the Gulf of Mexico. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton tweeted that his office will provide the McAllen Police Department with any help needed. Our prayers and full support are with the valiant men and women of the #CityofMcAllen PD this evening, the tweet read. We are grateful for police in McAllen and around this great state. U.S. Rep. Vicente Gonzalez of McAllen said in a statement that receiving news of the two officers' deaths was devastating. This is devastating news to our community. My heart breaks for these fallen officers and their families, Gonzalez said. They served McAllen bravely and honorably, and I will keep them in my prayers. Rodriguez said that while the police are weakened for the moment, he expects a resilient law enforcement community to stand tall and persevere through it. The strength and the resolve we have to serve our communities, all of us here, will allow us to do what we do every day, Rodriguez said. Law enforcement from several cities in Hidalgo County gathered Saturday evening at McAllen Medical to honor Garza and Chavez. More than 50 police cars were part of a procession that accompanied the bodies of the officers, who were taken to Hidalgo County Pathology for an autopsy. Article 158 of 162. A black woman sat on the grass outside an LA church.
4275.
Cold welcome, she recorded, speaks volumes MSN.com, yesterday. The story I'm about to tell you began one hot afternoon this week on the lawn of an LA church, where a young black woman sought peace in the leafy shade of a tree to paint her toenails emerald green and do some laptop research on a road trip she planned to take to the Grand Canyon. Once I tell you what happened next, I urge you to watch for yourself, because Alex Marshall Brown, who is an actress and stuntwoman, expertly documented in her own words and on video the distinctly unwelcoming and assumption-laden response to her presence demonstrated by members of North Hollywood's St. Paul's First Lutheran Church. That their shameful behavior, which she soon would post on Facebook, might rapidly spread across social media and go viral seems either not to have occurred to or not to have bothered the white church members she filmed. Even though they were older, that is striking, given that we are living in a moment when much of the nation is grappling with a growing awareness of how white people in this country for centuries have routinely treated black people in ways that have led to grave inequality and injustice and even, all too frequently, to death. Marshall Brown, who has lived in the church's neighborhood for years, had been sitting on its lush green lawn for less than 15 minutes on Tuesday, she told me, when a pair of what appeared to be bicycle cops rolled up. She noticed the yellow-shirted safety ambassadors from the North Hollywood Business Improvement District, but at first paid them no mind, until one of them stood in front of her and the other at her side, at which point, she said, my spidey sense is going wild. When one of the men told her that she was on private property, she calmly pointed out that she was outside a church, on a lawn with no fence or no trespassing sign. They stayed put. She stayed put, continuing to paint her nails. Before they rode off, she asked them what would happen next, and they told her that if she did not leave, someone likely would call the police.
Hey, what's happening? Oh, really? Oh, not wrong with that. Must be something, or that, or a different outlook. Of never knowing. Yeah. Yes. Oh, been in there or Pennsylvania, whatever it was. Oh, okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Damn. That's good. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess his name's Aaron, and I guess you're in Houston. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in Arizona. I'm not too far out of the Flagstaff now, and I'm on my way to Phoenix. Finally back on JCT Highway. It has spent, I think, a good at least 3 weeks, mostly on I-80. Right over there in West Virginia, or okay, you're talking about somewhere else? Hmm. Oh, that's good. That's cool. Hmm. You got a delivery right there or something, or okay, yeah. Hmm. So Thermo King actually will do work on the trailer. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and then sometimes there are certain Thermo King or carrier lots where they actually do have trailer repair as well. Like the one in Fontana, the Thermo King lot there in Fontana, they actually have a trailer repair as service as well. Yeah, I've been binging on airbags lately myself. It's like I replaced my front left tractor airbag because I don't have airbags on the steer axle on this truck. It's just the drives. Front left. Yeah, it's like you know what's funny is because I always see people talking about needing new airbags for 4.5 years, and the fly that other people. I'm like, well, 4 psi in 1 minute. Check, find it there, then they can go ahead and fix it as a DOT limit yet. Any repair work to be done? Because I've seen that too, like where maybe a tire's getting it's say maybe a steers. I mean, so like if it's at 5:30 on the steers and the limit's 4:30, then they might not be likely. They might not necessarily approve the repair work. Yeah, I agree for hydroplane reasons. Yeah, it's hard to. I mean, it could just be that where it makes you so happy that that the other little insignificant things that would piss you off now don't seem to matter so much like they used to. All right, man. Have fun with that. We'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay, let's get into Flagstaff now. So we got about 5 miles to go to get to I-17. Butler Avenue coming up. What a Little American truck stop is here. escape ramp occupied at mile marker 300. Alrighty. So about half an hour, we're going to find out if there's still a truck in that ramp. No trucks over 50 feet on State Route 89A. And I remember last year, I think it was a year or so ago, I remember seeing pictures of a truck that tried to take 89A down the, down like they were going to go down toward site, and they got stuck in that town there. Here. 30 miles away from the runaway truck ramp that is supposedly occupied. And about 130 out now from Phoenix.
Marshall Brown, wondering who had made the first call, then noticed women in the windows of the church's preschool across the street, clearly monitoring her without looking at her directly. Then one came out and, without speaking, walked behind her to check that the church doors were locked. Soon after, two older white men appeared on the church property, cutting across the lawn straight to her side of the tree. One held a "No Trespassing" sign and a power tool. Neither said anything to her. Each time I watch the video, that realization hits me like a gut punch, that these people from a church were dehumanizing her by treating her as an other, to be dispensed with without so much as a "how do you do." On the video, it is Marshall Brown who speaks first. "Hello," she says, to which the man with the sign and power tool replies, "Welcome." "Am I?" she asks, to which he replies, "No." Each time I watch, I feel queasily certain that my presence on the lawn would not have elicited any such response, simply because of the color of my skin. Again, watch the footage for yourself. Watch the man obliquely refer to the homeless people in the neighborhood by telling Marshall Brown that the church has a lot of problems with people here from the park vandalizing. Watch him, as he screws in the sign, say, when people aren't nice or not nice, and answer her query about why he thinks she has been unkind with the words, "Ma'am. We have to treat everybody the same. All lives matter. All lives matter." Think about that. Think about the coded ways people try to couch their true meaning in words they hope will give their thoughts cover but don't. It's a coding that continues to appear on the video as an older woman from the preschool appears and starts filming Marshall Brown, talking about the need to protect the children because of people who show up on the property, and you don't know what they're going to do. It's a coding that particularly bothered two of Marshall Brown's friends, Thaddeus Schaefer and Carrie Lee Cartwright, who were among those who showed up at the church to support her after she posted the video. Schaefer put a shorter version on TikTok, where it quickly got noticed. Well over 2 million people have seen Schaefer's versions of the footage. It's still far less widely known than the viral video of a white woman named Amy Cooper calling the cops on Christian Cooper, a black birdwatcher in New York's Central Park. But it might not be for long, because in a lot of ways, the two encounters are strikingly similar. The church members threatened to bring in the police and show no compunction about the potential danger that could come from doing so. They don't appear to take in Marshall Brown's clearly stated argument that their behavior is in excess of anything that needs to happen. They seem certain, in a way that is alien to many people who are not white, of their solid authoritative standing with authorities. Marshall Brown's friend Schaefer, who met her when they acted in a play together, said the man in the video's out-of-nowhere use of the words, "All lives matter," when Marshall Brown had said nothing about Black Lives Matter, was particularly disturbing. You want to say, don't you know that "all lives matter" is not a good statement, that Black Lives Matter is a plea for help from an oppressed community? Marshall Brown, by the way, is the daughter of a Foreign Service officer. She spent time living with him around the world, in Barbados and Guyana and Lesotho. Her father, who grew up in Watts, talked to her often about civil rights. She has always been engaged, she told me, but she hasn't been an activist. Since the death of George Floyd and the ensuing protests, which she chose not to attend because of the pandemic health risks, she has posted frequently on social media about how to point people who don't get it in the direction of anti-racism, urging friends and allies not to shut them out but rather to try to open a meaningful dialogue with them. She told me that, like every black person, she has experienced racist behavior countless times, at home and abroad, though it's not in her nature to spend time cataloging slights. Her encounter with the church people this week profoundly shook her, she said. She felt enormous anger at the injustice of it and at first urged people who saw the video to call out the church publicly. But her ultimate goal in this moment is to do what she's been preaching to others, to push to make what happened change thinking, both in the church that was unwelcoming to her and beyond. On her Facebook page, she told people to contact the church with a more nuanced and compassionate messaging, because church members had reached out to her and listened. The day after the incident occurred, the church issued an apology on Facebook for the actions of the people in the video, described as volunteer and non-volunteer workers. The volunteers, the church said, had agreed to step down from their roles. The next day, when Marshall Brown and friends and supporters came back to St. Paul's, the church school's acting principal, Santiago Botero, who also plays a leading role in the church, and Bettina Winfrey, a longtime church member and a preschool parent, invited them into the sanctuary in the encounter and voiced her hope that what happened to her would lead the congregation to serious self-examination and change. I found myself in tears because she was so gracious, and I felt that we did not deserve that, Winfrey said of the church, adding that she has spent too long literally and figuratively, sitting in the back pew, not doing the work she should as one of the younger generation to help move the congregation forward. Marshall Brown and I had spoken at length about the fear that seemed to be the real force behind the church members' extreme reaction to her presence on the lawn. She had told me about the growing homeless population in the area, including the adjoining park. Winfrey confirmed this and said there had been incidents on the property, including vandalism, people defecating on the lawn and mentally ill people acting erratically. Marshall Brown, the church, stop barricading out of fear and instead reach out more to those in need in the community out of compassion. She thought what happened this week could help. I truly believe that God put her on our lawn for a reason, Winfrey said of Marshall Brown. I might put that differently, but I share her hope that the story I've just told you will be only the beginning. Article 159 of 162. Soda flavors disappear from store shelves to illuminate. For the past several months, as consumers stocked up on various supplies, temporary shortages have plagued the market. Now, the lockdown has claimed its latest victim, aluminum cans. Can makers have seen a significant increase in demand over the past several months and are struggling to keep up, Co11 reports. This has reportedly caused shortages of popular soda brands in some areas. According to the Brevard Times, the majority of bottled drinks are served at restaurants and other events. When the lockdown orders were first implemented and these businesses shut down, Americans began stocking up on their favorite drinks at grocery stores. Consumers reportedly favored canned drinks over bottled versions since they are easier to stack and store. When a fan took to Twitter to question why they were having trouble finding Cherry Coke Zero, the company responded by explaining, "We are seeing greater demand for products consumed at home and taking measures to adapt, working to mitigate the challenge during this unprecedented time. We appreciate your loyalty to our beverages. Please know that we're working hard to keep the products you love on the shelves." The sale of canned sodas rose by 30% in March and April, Co11 reports. This has reportedly resulted in some stores being unable to get certain brands of soda in stock. Both Coca-Cola and Pepsi have reportedly been forced to focus on their most popular flavors in order to keep them in stock, making the less popular flavors harder to find for the time being. Article 160 of 162. A restaurant patron thanked restaurant workers for working through the pandemic with an $1,000 tip on a $43 bill. MSN.com, yesterday. Arnold Teixeira, owner of The Starving Artist, a restaurant in Ocean Grove, New Jersey, posted about a generous patron of his restaurant. The customer, who is choosing to remain anonymous, left a $1,000 tip on a $43 bill, roughly a 2,400% tip, which the staff all split. The generous tipper also left a note that left employees teary-eyed. Visit Insider's homepage for more stories. In a Facebook group dedicated to the restaurant The Starving Artist, owner Arnold Teixeira shared a photo of a bill that would make anyone's day. A generous customer decided to leave a $1,000 tip on their check, which was only $43. This act of generosity and kindness goes beyond words. It was shared amongst the entire staff. The note that accompanied the check made us all cry. "Thank you from Teixeira." She just started crying. Then another one of my staff members saw it and started crying, too. And then I see it, and I couldn't help but cry. It was just extremely emotional because it's been a really difficult time for us, he said. The tip was accompanied by a note that read, "Thank you so much for working through this time." Without the Starving Artist. The restaurant owner wasn't even sure if the Starving Artist would reopen this year. This tip restored our hope in humanity. It made us feel so good about what we're doing. We go through a lot of steps to protect our customers, and it gets exhausting after a while, but now we know our efforts have actually been noticed, he told CNN. Read the original article on Insider. Gallery, what waiters want you to know about outdoor dining, Reader's Digest. Article 161 of 162. Iran blames communication, missile battery alignment for shooting down Ukrainian jet. The Hill, yesterday. Iranian officials on Saturday released a report claiming that a misaligned battery system and miscommunication between soldiers and their commanders were responsible for the incident in which a Ukrainian jet was unintentionally shot down, killing the 176 people aboard. The report, which comes more than 6 months after a Boeing 737 operated by Ukraine International Airlines crashed shortly after taking off from a Tehran airport, found that those manning a surface-to-air missile battery misidentified a civilian flight as a threat, the Associated Press reported. The report documented the moments leading up to the incident and how it could have been avoided, according to the AP. Among other things, the missile that targeted the civilian plane was recently relocated and not properly oriented. The soldiers operating the missile also could not communicate with their command center and elected to fire twice without getting approval from ranking officials, the AP noted, citing the report. If each had not arisen, the aircraft would not have been targeted, the report said, adding that the Ukrainian flight had done nothing unusual before being struck. The flight was reportedly flying at a normal altitude and trajectory when the first missile was fired. Iran is believed to have used a Russian-made Tor system to shoot down the civilian aircraft. Iran received 29 Tor M1 units from Russia in 2017, a deal estimated to be worth about $700 million, the AP noted. The civilian aircraft was shot down amid heightened tensions between Iran and the U.S. Shortly before the incident, Iran launched ballistic missiles at 2 Iraqi military bases housing U.S. troops in response to the killing of Gen. Qasem Soleimani. Iranian authorities initially asserted that they had nothing to do with the crash. However, the country's military acknowledged in a statement on Jan 11 that human error contributed to the attack. The New York Times released footage at the time that appeared to show the moment a missile struck the passenger plane. The video displayed a mid-air explosion shortly after the plane took off. The victims of the crash included 11 Ukrainians and 57 Canadians. After Iran admitted fault, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky demanded a comprehensive investigation. Ukraine insists on a full admission of guilt, Zelensky said at the time. We expect Iran to bring those responsible to justice, return the bodies, pay compensation and issue an official apology. The investigation must be full, open and continue without delays or obstacles. Article 162 of 162. Hero truckers come to the aid of a police officer who was struggling with a suspect. By Summer Smith. July 12, 2020. Hero truck drivers helped a police officer who was struggling with a suspect and used their trucks to block traffic. So this happened today. Looked like the guy jumped out of the back of the cop car and was running across the freeway. The cop jumped on him but was way too small for the size of that guy. I jumped over to block traffic from hitting them and help him get the cuffs on him, truck driver Ray Snyder said in a Facebook post. Great job, drivers. Here is the high-resolution video. You can see a little better. Posted by Daneen Washburn Snyder on Thursday, July 9, 2020. Here is the final arrest. Supporting our officers out there who keep us safe. Thanks to those truckers out there that support them and are our highway heroes. Posted by Daneen Washburn Snyder on Thursday, July 9, 2020. Summer Smith. There are no more articles to read.
Pull away from me. down into 7th gear just prevent from having to constantly ride my brakes coming down. No, this is a 5% next mile. I'll be alright. So the 6% grades, I'm going to drop down into 7th. 5% I'll stay in 8th.
Attention, a new important message has arrived. Message 1 of 8. Important received today. At 8:45 a.m. temps are rising in the trailer King
Continuous mode. It's freaking chicken, and the load instruction says to run it in start-stop mode.
Temps are rising in the trailer King OU set on continuous run. Sterling.
Temps are rising in the trailer. Stop mode, it has a higher tolerance anyway. Start stop mode usually has about a 10-degree tolerance, whereas continuous mode has a 5-degree tolerance. Go to the truck, runaway truck ramp, and I only keep mentioning because there was a sign back there shortly after I got onto I-17 saying that it's currently occupied. In other words, the truck went into it. Grading you, so yeah, I'm gonna. range and hopefully be able to get all the way to the bottom without having to hit the brakes. The other way would be to downshift and then just stay in the higher end of the 7th gear range. So I'm going to stay on the lower end. Lower end of 8 speed. Up to 1600 RPMs, and I usually start hitting the service brakes when I get up to about 1900 RPM in this truck, and I usually snap brake down to about 18, maybe 1700, depending on the hill. Like on this section here, I'll probably snap brake all the way down to 1700 before I'll let off the brakes. Yeah, I'm up to 1800 now. So I'm going to have to hit the... Alright, let's see what we got here. That's a car. Oh. Logging truck, but it's not even in the ramp. Maybe it already got winched out, I don't know. Come on. Down to the 4,000 foot level. And just inside about 100 miles out now from Phoenix. Vehicles, right lane only, half mile ahead. It means the rest area is coming up lane. The rest area that doubles up as an inspection facility. Yeah, I'll never pass the steep stuff. enough out of the acceptable range, the status light on the side of the trailer will change from green to orange, or amber, I mean. And then it'll give an alarm code for temperature out of range. Or a temperature beyond, basically out of set range tolerance. And I still got a green light on the side of the trailer, which means there's nothing wrong.
You have 3 hours and 21 minutes of remaining drive time.
Alright, let's go take a look. What are we dealing with? Oh, that's within range. I think Sterling just doesn't know that when you're in start-stop mode, there's a wider temperature tolerance than it is when you're in continuous mode. So I'm gonna have to let them know, hey, just FYI, I got 25.3 on the for a reading right now, and I just want to confirm you're aware that start-stop mode has a 10-degree tolerance, not a 5. Oh, you know, I'm gonna double check what the door temp is in tight. Actually, it went down to 23.7. Also confirm you're aware that start-stop mode has a plus 10 degree tolerance and not a plus 5 tolerance like continuous mode has. Set to continuous mode for now. put it in continuous just in case. Alright, got it in continuous mode now. Time to unvenom the snake. 121 today, too hot. That's pretty good and warmer. Where do you live? It's been about that temp where I live. I'm not here, but I don't know. Phoenix might get. I think I did hear Phoenix kind of is expecting about 120. But I live in Southern California, and somebody I know had said that Barstow, which is about 30 miles from my house, got up to like 122 yesterday. Yeah, I'll do 80 down this hill in my car. Not in my truck though. I'm not a fan of getting critical events. Don't need to get myself on the safety manager's shit list. The less I show up on his list, the less that they'll have that they can possibly have to good reason to terminate. They don't have as much to support terminating me if anything ever comes up. I rarely ever get critical events. And when I do, it's always for excessive speed, but just barely over the threshold. And I got one, I don't know, a couple months ago on I-40 here in Arizona. Prior to that, it'd been over, I don't think I'd gotten any in over a year. In Phoenix, high 113. Dangerously hot. 113 is not even that hot for Phoenix. It's up there, but it's not unusual. Afternoon temps 107 to 117. Now, I did see a Forest Service fire truck turn switch over to that side as well, so must have been a new startup over there or something. Even 120. this time of year, it's usually only about 5%, maybe 10%. I would commonly see about 3 or even just 3 or 4% humidity. Another shrine there, another fatal accident, evidently. Seen a couple of them already since I've been here on I-17. I've been on here for about 50 miles now. 50 out of 140-ish. Well, we're not going to spend all 140 of those miles here on I-17, but it should be right around a 140 mile trip total from Flagstaff to where I'll be shutting down. I'll be stopping at the Pilot in Avondale, more than likely. Shut down over here at Camp Verde at the Pilot up here, but I'd rather be right there by the customer. I thought about stopping here mainly because the temps are a little bit cold right after delivery for whatever it need me to do next. Left on your clock and 460 to go. Yeah, and 4 hours is still you gotta do your 30 minutes. 4 hours to get you 240 those miles at least. Where are you at? I can at least give you an idea of what area you can get. But I forget where exactly it's at. Is that over there by where 86 and 84 meet up? Or is that further west? Okay, so you're over there by Twin Falls and Jerome. It's over that past right at 40. You got 45 miles into Oregon before you shut down, before you stop. But that's not going to get you to Baker City. It sounds like you can definitely reach Ontario, but I don't think you'll reach Baker City, and there's not very much in between Ontario and Baker City for a truck to park at.
hours and 59 minutes of remaining drive time.
Yeah, that is true. Sam's Club store over here in Prescott Valley that I used to deliver to. They closed it down though when I was in that fleet. more to go. And then I'll try to come back around Walmart.
What's on the place to be? Remix, 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 remix.
شوية علي هيجي عبعايا الروب يا خويا عمري شباب بزاف غير الشيات منهم العينين عليها بخام 5 خموس عليها الله يسترها بالعين وهي مولانا عمري عدها لاطي والزين وهي مولانا Come on, hit the floor. If you wanna feel the music, you can say it.
know you're buffering right now, but yeah, I'm gonna take me a quick little, probably a little quick power nap. Or some little quick 20-minute thing or something that'll make me, help me be a little more alert this last 55, 60 miles, whatever it is. So I also need to fix the chat. Let me I'm gonna restart Streamlabs. You're gonna buffer more for a little bit. Hang tight. Alright, so I'm at a sunset point. Pass out for a real quick, like 20-minute nap, whatever. I don't know why, I'm just feeling a little blah. So I'm gonna crash for a little bit. I'll keep the stream running and keep it facing the freeway for you guys, so you at least see some kind of stuff going on. And as soon as I back up, we'll get rolling. Washington NFL team officially drops Redskins name and logo. Alright, so new team name pending, I guess. go awake now and able to run the rest of the way from here. Let me get the stream. Streamlabs restarted it. I got chat issues. All right, back now. Let's be about a half hour or so of driving here on I-17. Alright, let's see how long it takes also see how long it takes for the air pressure to build back up on my trailer. That was pretty fast. So it does confirm that all the air that I lost was going to coming out my airbags. That's what's written on the back of this yellow Peterbilt Prime truck. Yeah, a little nap definitely helps. done with a 6% grade. Traffic out here. up to 103 degrees.
for 87 years, the franchise is bowing to decades of criticism that they are offensive to Native Americans. A new name must still be selected for one of the oldest and most storied teams in the National Football League, and it was unclear how soon that will happen. But for now, arguably the most polarizing name in North American professional sports is gone at a time of reckoning over racial injustice, iconography and racism in the U.S. The move came less than 2 weeks after owner Dan Snyder, a boyhood fan of the team who once declared he would never get rid of the name, launched a thorough review, amid pressure from sponsors. FedEx, Nike, Pepsi and Bank of America all lined up against the name, which was given to the franchise in 1933 when the team was still based in Boston. The team said it is retiring the name and logo and that Snyder and coach Ron Rivera are working closely to develop a new name and design. Native American advocates and experts have long criticized the name. A dictionary-defined racial slur. Goodell, who has fielded questions on the topic for years, said he supported the review. Protests against the name predate Snyder buying the team in 1999, and, until now, he had shown no willingness to consider a change. Strong words from sponsors, including a company run by a minority stakeholder of the team, changed the equation. FedEx earlier this month became the first sponsor to announce it had asked the organization to change the name, particularly important because CEO Frederick Smith owns part of the team. FedEx also paid $205 million for the longer naming rights to the team's stadium in Landover, Maryland. The lease at FedEx Field expires in 2027, and dropping the name keeps open various possibilities in Maryland, Virginia and Washington for the team's new stadium and headquarters. District of Columbia Mayor Muriel Bowser has said the name was an obstacle to Snyder building on the old RFK Stadium site, which is believed to be his preference. Washington recently started cutting ties with racist founder George Preston Marshall, removing his name from the Ring of Fame and renaming the lower bowl at FedEx Field for the team's first black player, late Hall of Famer Bobby Mitchell. Marshall, who renamed the Boston Braves the Redskins in 1933 and moved it to D.C. 4 years later, was a segregationist and the last NFL owner to integrate their team. The current logo shows the profile of a red-faced Native American with feathers in his hair. Long removed from the glory days of winning Super Bowl titles in the 1982, 1987 and 1991 seasons under coach Joe Gibbs, Washington has just 5 playoff appearances in 21 years and no postseason victories since 2005. The team has lacked a nationally marketable player since Robert Griffin III's short-lived stardom, and the 2020 schedule features 0 primetime games for a franchise that used to be a draw. Rebranding with a new name and logo, and perhaps the same burgundy and gold colors, coupled with turning football operations over to Rivera could be a boon for Snyder on and off the field. Even if a segment of the fan base opposes the change in the name of tradition, winning would more than make up for those losses. Recently, CBS Sports' Jared Dubin created a list of possible options, which include the Red Tails, the Senators, and the Warriors.
26 miles out.
Quarterback Dwayne Haskins supports Red Tails, a name that would pay tribute to planes flown by the Tuskegee Airmen, to Johnny notes. The Airmen were the first black military aviators who served in the United States Army during World War II. 3 of the first 5 airmen were from Washington. File photo, actress Naya Rivera arrives at Logos Nuno Next Awards in Los Angeles. A member of a team searching a Southern California lake for Rivera, the missing TV star, said Sunday, July 12, that he's confident his crew is getting a clearer idea of where in the lake to find her, a magazine reported. Robert Inglis of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue Team told Us Weekly that Rivera sent to a family member a picture of her 4-year-old son, Joey, in front of a cove before she disappeared July 8 after diving into Lake Piru. Photo by Dan Steinberg, Envision, AP, file. Los Angeles, AP, a body was found Monday at a Southern California lake during the search for Glee star Naya Rivera, authorities said. The body was discovered 5 days after the 33-year-old Rivera disappeared on Lake Piru, where her son was found July 8 alone a few hours later on a boat the two had rented, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office said. Authorities would not immediately say if the person found was Rivera, but said the day after she disappeared that they believed she drowned in the lake northwest of Los Angeles. A 2 p.m. press conference was scheduled. Search crews found the body floating in the northeast area of the lake and the county medical examiner was notified, authorities said. The lake, an hour's drive from Los Angeles, was searched by dozens of divers working in waters with little visibility, with help above from helicopters, drones and all vehicles. Third major cast member from the show to die in their 30s. Corey Monteith, one of the show's leads, died at 31 in 2013 from a toxic mix of alcohol and heroin. And co-star Mark Salling, who Rivera dated at one point, killed himself in 2018 at age 35 after pleading guilty to child pornography charges. Rivera had experience boating on the lake in Los Padres National Forest, authorities said. Surveillance video shows Rivera and her son, Josie Hollis Dorsey, leaving on the rented boat. When the boat failed to return, its vendor found the vessel drifting in the northern end of the lake late Wednesday afternoon with the boy asleep on board. He told investigators that he and his mother had been swimming and he got back into the boat but she didn't, according to a sheriff's office statement. The boy was wearing a life vest, and another life jacket was found in the boat along with Rivera's person identification. Rivera is believed to have drowned in what appears to be a tragic accident, the statement said. The boy, Rivera's son from her marriage to actor Ryan Dorsey, was safe and healthy and with family members, authorities said. The couple finalized their divorce in June 2018 after nearly 4 years of marriage. The most recent tweet on Rivera's account on July 6th. Son. 55. Bankruptcy forced this California city to defund police. Here's how it changed public safety. Los Angeles Times 5H.
Loop 303
Follow.
coming up 1 and 3/4
Stockton,
miles.
resolute, sincere and white. Stockton Police Chief Eric Jonah stood in front of a black congregation in 2016 and apologized for a history that most law enforcement officials dismiss, the slave patrol origins behind modern American policing. Not long ago, he said, police were dispatched to keep order at lynchings, part of the dark legacy of the metal shield on his chest that has long prevented black communities from trusting police. He spoke in uniform honor 5 Dallas officers ambushed days earlier by an armed reservist angry about the killings of black for the actions of those who have worn the uniform before them. The history of injury, both chronicled and fresh, was a truth that had to be owned if he wanted this community to believe he meant to do things differently. And he wanted them to believe. That badge carries that burden, Jones said in a recent interview. As the law enforcement leader, I had to be the first one to give the acknowledgement of the past harms. As California and the nation debate the aftermath of the George Floyd killing, Stockton has some insights, if not answers, about what it means to rethink policing. 8 years into leading law enforcement in this long-troubled seaport town on the delta of the San Joaquin River, the results of Jones' experimental approach are a lesson for a nation in turmoil about what defunding means, how far and fast reform can go, and the degree police should be held responsible for racism that is systematic in schools, banks, healthcare and other institutions. Even with fewer officers, crime here has fallen and the department currently has a clearance rate on homicides of about 80%. More striking to some, Jones has earned trust from his mayor, many in communities of color and from the office's union. It is a nearly unheard of hat trick of confidence, even as he has massively changed what it means to be on either side of the thin blue line. As protests and uprisings over police brutality have swept the U.S. in recent weeks, Stockton hasn't had to do one curfew, no rubber bullets, no tear gas, said Stockton Mayor Michael Tubbs, a dynamic black politician who has gained a national following for championing ideas such as a universal basic income. But Stockton is also a lesson in what can't be done, even with nearly a decade of trying, and the grueling realities of what American policing may face as it seeks a new way to do business. Nobody, including Eric Jones, would look at facts on the ground in Stockton right now and say everything is great, said David Kennedy, a professor of criminology at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York, who has worked with Stockton on reforms. Trying to get this right is a difficult, grinding, long-term work in progress. Few dispute that life in Stockton has improved since 2012, when Jones took over, but largely because it's hard to envision how it could be worse. In his first year, about 20% of Stocktonians were unemployed, and crime and homelessness were spiking, with homicides nearly tripling. Stockton, with a population around 300,000, was hit hard by foreclosures and bad municipal investments during the Great Recession. The city was forced to declare bankruptcy that year, slashing the police department's budget by $14 million and losing a quarter of its 440 officers, an involuntary defunding that dropped the number of sworn officers to some of the lowest levels per capita in the country. At the same time, a troubling string of police shootings continued, 27 between 2009 and 2014, according to local media. Black and brown communities were simultaneously angry at police mistreatment and demanding more help in violent neighborhoods. A good dude, as one supporter describes him, with a deep Christian faith, Jones used the fiscal meltdown to begin reshaping the department under a personal vision he dubbed principled policing, that rejected zero-tolerance blanket enforcement. He was taught as a rookie, instead allowing community to have a say in the way they want to be policed, he said. But despite the usual fixes, implicit bias training, more officers in high-crime spots, not enough was changing. So in 2014, Jones made a risky move, he said, and volunteered Stockton to be one of 6 cities, including Minneapolis, for a national initiative on police reform. That effort promised to help with racial reconciliation, which was increasingly being recognized as a necessary step to restoring the legitimacy of police within communities of color. He began talking about race with his officers, and on stage at the church months later, made a snap decision to try it in public. Though aware the conversations were happening within the department, hearing it as he sat in the audience made him teary-eyed, said Tubbs, who was on the city council at the time. He remembers it as one of the moments that made me think I want to be mayor. Tubbs' father, whom he is named after, went to prison on a life sentence for robbery, including a kidnapping charge for forcing his victim to drive to a bank and withdraw cash, according to Tubbs' who died while an infant. That detail was unearthed this year during the filming of an upcoming HBO documentary, Stockton on My Mind. While Jones began taking his apology to other churches and forums, he was also broaching another volatile topic internally: officers' expectations of each other in their jobs. He is well aware that, across the country, chiefs had been stymied and even ousted by police unions unhappy with pushes to reform. Still reeling from the bankruptcy and ongoing protests of police shootings, his officers were demoralized and in preservation mode, said Chuck Harris, the head of the local police union.
101, 1 and 3/4
The ship was
miles
sinking in
out.
everybody's eyes, Harris said. Jones realized that the job of being a Stockton cop was often unpleasant. How, he wondered, could he expect them to change when they were struggling just to find reasons to stick with it? Officers, he suggested, suffered from working in an oppressive system, and that too needed to change. Harris said that the culture of how officers are taught and treated has morphed drastically under Jones. 20, 30 years ago, you're going to learn this, rookie, Harris said. Today, he said, that has transformed to, I'm going to treat you 100% decent like any other person, and we are going to go through this together. Stockton also tries to address mental health, believing that well-adjusted officers make better decisions in the field, Jones said. When Harris was working as a homicide detective in 2012, there were a record 71 killings, he said, and it was miserable. For the families, for the citizens, for us. He recalls the pressure of going home to his family with the images of murder scenes in his head. Now, young officers are given a that has included a teddy bear that sings when its paw is and are taught it's okay to talk about problems, Harris said. You don't need to go home and drink. You don't need to go out and party. Retention remains a problem because of pay, though, a remnant of defunding. Stockton police still earn less than counterparts in surrounding areas. The result is that about 75% of officers have less than 5 years of experience. The oldest homicide detective, usually a job that requires decades of experience, is 33, Harris said. The plus side of the youthful ranks, Harris said, is an inclusive culture that doesn't nurture the kind of blind obeisance to veterans that some have suggested kept inexperienced officers from stepping in as George Floyd was killed. But there are drawbacks to this young force. The chief aren't from the area and don't live in Stockton. demographic familiar, and community members are often strangers. Bernice Reddick, a Stockton native who was formerly incarcerated and now works in a violence prevention program, recalls what it was like to know the officers who walked his block when he was a kid. Once, when he was about 11, a well-known officer everyone called Blondie caught him with drugs, he said. But the beat cop knew his mother, father, aunt and grandmother, and let him go with a warning. He just looked at me and was like, you know, Bernice, you're better than this, Reddick recalled. Discretion goes a long way. People remember that. Like I said, when I have a steady group who's like, this is my city. I know everybody in it. Beyond Smith Downs, one of the harshest critics of the department, said the problems in Stockton go beyond what the department admits, and that changes have been superficial. Her son, James Rivera Jr., was shot by 2 Stockton officers and a San Joaquin sheriff's deputy in 2010. The only thing I see is that they pick and choose what they want to show the world, but they are still cutting us down, Smith Downs said recently. We are still being profiled, we are still being falsely arrested, and we are still having guns put on us. Nuri, Brian, Muhammad, the leader of Advance Peace in Stockton, thinks programs such as his are necessary because of that remaining mistrust. Police alone will never be the answer to public safety, he said. The people that we deal with, they look at the police as somebody that's there to put them in jail, Muhammad said.
101.
They won't open up to them the way they open up to
101
us.
runs into 10 right by
Reddick
where
said that
the
recently,
pilot's
he
at.
prevented a shooting between 2 teens, one of whom was dating the other's mother and allegedly beat her up. The son of the woman who Reddick said was assaulted found the other teen at a club and, armed with a handgun, threatened to shoot him. Reddick was unable to calm the teen with the gun, but brokered a deal in men. They squashed it and everything's been solid ever since, he said. Jones said he will take help where he can get it, and has made community interventions a cornerstone of his approach since there still aren't enough officers to respond to every call. Though there are bright spots, incidents of police shooting people decreased about 33% for the last 5 years compared to 5 years prior. Gun violence remains a problem, homelessness continues to grow, and the pandemic is causing a new round of economic problems. The last years are just the beginning, he said, and an urgency for change remains. It's such hard work, difficult work, but my goal is infusing it into who we are as a department, Jones said. Because I could be gone tomorrow. And it needs to live. There are no more articles to read.
Alright, now in Glendale, Arizona. Westbound on 101. And around from across the west side, north and west side basically of Phoenix. From I-17 over to I-10. Or actually won't even really get on I-10, I don't think. So if I remember right, with Loop 101, I think I get off at the very last exit before I-10. And if I remember right, turn right. And then the next street down there will be 99th Street, which is the street that Pilot is on. Don't try to pass me on 60 exit coming up. To 108 now. That would be the local temperature. 108. White Mountain Park, whatever. Miles out. Yeah, it's been that way the last several days. I don't know what's going on. Of course, it is Monday morning. I wouldn't be surprised. I would assume Scotty's streaming right now also. Temperature up to 109 now. because the Arizona Cardinals play over here at this stadium. State Farm Stadium.
But 99th Street's right over here, just a hair off to my right side. Convenient area. Need to get my hair cut too. I can see if there's like Green Cliff or something over here. All this stuff right here should be somewhere up here I can get my hair cut. If hopefully they're even open. Vita Kitchen. Taco Bell, McDonald's. There's some food there for James Ewing. Taco Hell. It stays 3 lanes even on the other side. I can't do that. I'd butcher it. I might as well just buzz cut myself if I do that.
You have 0 hours and 59 minutes of remaining drive time.
This is wonderful. God. I would have preferred to get over into that space over there. Western, you kind of took away my ability to get over there, so that I can get space for both of us. This lot's always tight though. About right here. No, it's occupied. Got a flatbed drop trailer there. This one's open. What are we doing, Swift? got 2 spots open right here. It's Lisa Transportation. Safest bet right over here. Are you done? Thank you. Brian trying to park next to JCT. I hope JCT doesn't get hit. Have hours of entertainment watching people trying to back into spots here. Do you guys remember last time I came here? I parked here, got a chance to see several trucks parked now. I got one guy getting ready to park next to me right now, actually. Can't say blame him. 2 open spots in a row. Let's see. Let's watch how he does. He's gonna be wide for the spot next to me. He's probably better off going for a spot that the other truck just vacated. Who's that over there? 37. The 3766 Bravo, I think it says. That other JCT truck that's over there. Alright, let's see what kind of he did kind of the setup correction technique is not too much unlike what I do. He's gonna jam his tractor up on the row across the way from us, though. Yeah, he's looking fine. It's actually a little bit kind of in between the 2 spots, I think, but mostly in the spot that's 2 spots over. But I think he's going to end up parking next to me, which is fine. Yeah, that's definitely what's going on. Kind of went halfway between the 2 spots. Why you are, dude? Don't be in such a hurry. Are you trying to actually go to the spot 2 spots over? I think he's trying to go 2 spots over from me, not 1 spot. But the way he had the trailer angled, might as well just put it right next to me instead. Meanwhile, he's got a guy walking. There's a guy walking right through the spot that he's, or behind the one he's actually going for. And the guy was going to walk right into the spot he's going for, and I don't think that guy even knew exactly what this guy was doing. Oh, there he is. He ended up going around the other side of that truck on the other side of him. know quite what that truck number is over there for the JCT truck. It's 37. I think it's 3766 Delta or something like that. Oh shit, this guy next to me is leaving. Yeah, I actually had an article playing earlier about how aluminum cans are low. Alright, let's see where Legend goes. Legend Transportation. He's the choloed out one. The thick ass mustache he's got. Shaved head. Oh, no, he's parking further down. Alright. Well, anyway, that's a wrap. Actually, I need to let my DM know. Hey, I'm just a few miles away from the receiver. And I'll be ready to reload immediately. Well, that's a good way to park next to me. Just pull through from the other side. I've been all over this in the last couple of weeks, haven't I? Shit, I gotta. I forget. I'm not even really sure how long it's been since I've been on the I-40 corridor until this load. Let's find out. I need to input my miles anyway, so why not?
You have 0 hours and 49 minutes of remaining drive time.
And in a bit, it's 114 degrees now. I'm going to run in pretty soon and probably get me, I don't know, maybe a spicy chicken sandwich from Wendy's and a Frosty, or... Yeah, Frosty, that's what they're called, right? I think. I always get that mixed up. Alright, miles. Ran 596 miles today. 9 hours and 19 minutes. Get out of here. 63.97 mile per hour average pace. My 7-day miles is 29.15. Let's see, what do I need to do to go up from there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. I only need to do 80 miles tomorrow to outdo my pace, so yeah, if I'm able to run some good miles tomorrow, I'm gonna be back up in the load, I don't know, maybe not quite 3,500 miles in 7 days, but getting there. Alright, so I gotta update this info, 817-472, whatever. Delivered this on July 10, I believe. I made that last load. Delivered it July 10 at Hilton, Atlanta. Okay, now I'm on 182-1129. Same trailer. Picked up 710 as well. This one picked up at Koch Foods. And Gadsden, Alabama. Chicken. Alright, let's see. When is the last time I was even on I-40 prior to today? It's been a lot of time on I-80 and maybe some I-29 as well lately. Okay, so prior to this load, of course, I did Dayton, New Jersey to Atlanta. Prior to that, I had Hiram, Utah to Syracuse and Hunts Point, of course. And I had Olathe, Kansas to Clearfield, Utah. We'll see I-80 again. Twin Falls to Chillicothe. And of course Twin Falls to West Jordan. And then Warden, Washington to Twin Falls. Tyson and Carthage, Texas to Safeway in Spokane, Washington. Walmart in Colton to Walmart in Temple, Texas. Even that one was down on I-10. Came down this way. Okay, so last time I had a load on I-40 was actually the load that I took back where I took that rental truck, the loaner truck, back to Oklahoma from Colton over to Paul's Valley, and then went from Paul's Valley up to the mothership, as we call it, so I could turn that loaner truck in, and then Dora picked me up there, and that's the last time I've actually been down here on this corridor. So, and that was June 8th through June 11th. So it's been literally an entire month since I've done any loads on the I-40 corridor. That is odd for how much we do freight on I-40. It's kind of funny seeing that it's been that long since I've been on I-40. Yeah.
Attention, a new important message has arrived.
10-4. Yeah, 10-4, thank you. Alright. Alright. We have 115-degree weather. Sure I'm up to date on that. Alright, now I haven't updated my settlement from the last week. See where I'm at on my truck payments, or about where I'm at. Let me pull it up. Now, dude, slow down. Why do you need to drive that fast through a lot like this? We're doing at least like 15 miles an hour. It's way too fast in a parking lot. Miles I ran and what I paid. Okay, $647.68 is what I paid in lease payment on the variable. $647.68. Alright, so I have it automatically set to calculate over here.
So you see, I have a formula here because it's 10% interest rate per compounding per year, and that's the amount that basically compounds by per week. If you multiply the balance by about that much, it's about that amount. So right now, my balance should be down to about 65,300, somewhere in that ballpark. At an average of 2,800 miles a week, which is back a little bit. Got, oh, come on. Let me take this all the way across, and I'm gonna copy. Alright, so by mid-May 2022, around that time frame is when I'm basically on pace to pay this truck off. I think the pickup delivery log, but no, I'm not worried about that. Alright. Okay, didn't look like there's much backing activity going on, so yeah, it'll be a while. It's I've already had the truck for a little over 2 years, but by May 18, that's less than 2 years away, and it's about 4 years and 2 months from when I started the lease. Some will say it's maybe a little bit too long a term, but it's not an uncommon amount of time to be done, and with us, some drivers take longer, depending on what kind of miles they run. Sometimes they take like 5 or even 6 years to pay off a truck if they're a solo driver, and then the team trucks tend to pay off in about 2 to 3 years. But then again, some of the team trucks, I don't know if they can even do it in 3 years, because I hear some team trucks only there are a chunk of team trucks that don't even run the kind of miles that I run as a solo. But I know, look like JCT left now. Went the other way, I guess. Hope this truck will make it until then. Yeah, I hope so too. There are plenty of trucks out here that run with over 1 million miles on them, so I don't see any reason to believe it won't. But it's going to take some TLC and probably have to invest in it, with the maintenance kind of stuff, like get an overhaul done, or have money on the side built up on the side for maybe get the turbo replaced if it needs to get replaced or something. Alright, anyway, yeah, I delivered just a couple miles down the road. The exit where the Loves is at, and there's like 2 miles down from there is the Flying J. Right in between the two, there's another exit. Right there on that street is where my receiver's at. Load. I call them fast, but I don't recall them being as long as like say a regular, like a grocery kind of load, like the Walmart or Target or Safeway, Super Value, whatever, any of those kind of, usually grocery chains, you can pretty much expect it to take at least a good 3 to 4 hours before you're done. And having lumped my own load before, where there's a whole bunch of line items, I can see why it takes time, because when I did it myself, and of course me not knowing what I'm doing, it took me 5 hours to lump my own load. It was a pain in the ass. Not to mention they have electric forklifts, and I had to use a manual operated pallet jack when I did it. So not too fun to do. It was a good workout, I'll give it that. I don't mind doing that, and it was actually a good learning experience. So
I saw it as a positive. It's not something that things work there, and it's not easy, guys. That's why I don't have any inclination to get overly impatient when it takes about 3+ hours to finish an unload. Having done it myself, it doesn't surprise me at all. In fact, I had because of that experience, I had a load. I remember when I was still with England, I picked up in Belvidere, Illinois. I remember it was like the most ridiculous load I ever did. It was a Walmart. Where was that one going? Might have been Monroe, Georgia, or somewhere. I know it was going somewhere down, like more toward the southeast. It could have been going to Opelika, Alabama, or Brundage, or Monroe, or something. I don't know, somewhere down in that neck of the woods. But I remember though. Because I saw, before I even went to pick up the load on my load assignment, it showed me all the PO numbers. I'm like, I had 26 POs on there. 26 different purchase orders, because, it has to branch out a whole bunch of different trucks going to different stores from there, from where it goes to the receiver. And so it gave me the impression that because there's so many damn POs, there's a lot of paperwork involved with that. And I don't know if you guys can hear me the greatest with that AC running. I can just imagine how just much of a pain in the ass it was to build up this load and before it even got a chance to go in my trailer. So I even asked the guy in Belvidere, I asked him, I bet this was a pain in the ass load for you guys, wasn't it? And it was like, yeah. Honestly, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't show up, because it was the one load out of our workload today that I was hoping not to have to do. It was. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I had 26 POs on this thing. I'd never done a load with that many POs on it before, so I can't say I'm at least a bit surprised to hear that. And then, sure enough, I get over to the other end and deliver it, and what do you know? It took a long time to unload on that end also. So, yeah, I mean, when you have something more like what I have now, there aren't so many line items. Show you guys. Okay, I only have 2 line items on this load here. It should just be the one page. Yeah. So I have 2 product codes. It's all Kentucky Fried Chicken stuff. See, there's one Yum. Well, Yum is Yum Brands. That's the parent company of KFC. Uncooked, basically. Alright, so there's packages. There's 8-piece packages, 20 whatever, and then thigh with back and drumstick or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, that's all there are. Is 2 line items, and they have how many cases? 455 cases, guys, with whatever drumstick. It's actually heavier than that, because I scaled at 75 and change, which means that the load is really about a 40,000 pound load, not 32. I don't know how they come up with 32.9. It's definitely not 32.9. And then usually it'll tell how many, 18 pallets total is what I killed 8. So the chickens were killed the same day I picked them up, July 10th. So they didn't waste any time at all going from getting their heads chopped off and all that to where they ended up in my trailer. than me picking them up. So they don't. Yeah, it's a pretty quick operation there apparently. It doesn't take long at all for them to get packaged up and put on their way. But then they still have to go through USDA inspection as well before they go on my trailer, and then when they get unloaded, they get quality inspected there too. So that adds to the tediousness of loading and unloading a truck and trailer. Transit corporate. Alright, well, I'm gonna give you guys a little glance of the temp here. 115 degrees. And it's only not even noon yet. Usually the hottest part of the day is around 3 or so in the afternoon. Yeah. It'll be pretty hot, but it's remember, I'm used to this stuff. I live in this kind of weather, so no big deal. Yeah, I'll be working on some more brown so I can get Misha to stop calling me Casper. Or pasty pill guy or whatever. I forget what all he says. He's always been messing with me about how white I am, but like, well, yeah, I'm white compared to him. You see how brown Mish gets? He was saying that he gets mistaken for a Mexican a lot of times, and yeah, I can understand. I've seen how dark he gets. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. So, yeah, Mish, you guys know, he's like Czech or Croatian or something like that descent, if I remember right. I can't remember what he said his background is. It's some kind of like European. I just yeah, he gets pretty damn me and but it's like, you know what, like I know a lot of Mexican people who are whiter than I am. Remember, I got a lot of Mexican American and Mexican national kind of people in my neck of the woods, and you'd be surprised how fair-skinned some of them are. Alright, so anyway, working on browning up some more here. 74 here. That's, oh man, you got nice cool weather there, Jim. Trying to stay cool. Yeah, man, like leave my AC running. Alright, guys. So, don't know what I'm doing next. Hopefully I'll find out today. And I'm going to imagine I'll end up picking up from JBS here in town probably tomorrow after I unload. Where it'll go, I don't know. I'm going to take a wild guess toward San Diego or somewhere because I have home time planned next week. I gotta go with Dora to her medical appointment. So I assume they're gonna try to keep me in this region now until I get there. So, all right. Anyway, we'll see you guys hopefully sometime tomorrow. Won't be streaming on the way over there because it's just a few miles away. But once I know what I'm doing, when it's time to pick up, now that's white over there. Sorry. I gotta get Mish looking at, where's he at? Yeah, there. That's white. I'm not. I mean, I'm white, but not that white. Alright guys, we'll see you tomorrow or sometime. Just watch, watch for the notification that I'm back online. And,
Andy, can you hear me?
what? Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow, alright? Thanks a lot for watching.